on the record. All right, second, and it is security and decorum. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the court courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right, second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern? What duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the quorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to
Can you guys hear me?
adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic.
So I know this trial has already begun and we're way back at the beginning, but you know, I do speedrun trials on this channel, so I decided to start late. Plus, I had to mow the grass this morning. So now that I'm showered up and the trial is in lunchtime, I'm finally getting the chance to look at it.
Devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary.
Yes, I do need to do the 1.5 or even 1.75 speed. But before I do, I just want to make sure you can hear me, obviously, but can you hear the trial well?
Hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety.
This is my first time streaming, so you'll have to forgive me.
Safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect.
Okay, thanks for letting me know about that. We're going to go 1.5 now.
Due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. A spectator shall not wear display
Thanks, widow
pins, buttons,
sister.
signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case.
I will mute it for a moment because this is obviously all preliminary stuff. But I just wondering if there's anybody in the chat that has heard about this new thing that just came out on Friday about this. I was watching Andrew Wilson. Doesn't matter how you feel about Andrew Wilson. He brought some receipts. And if you've been paying attention to Twitter or any of the other things on YouTube with these crazy people who, they're into the exploding microphone and the drones and the flight to Egypt and all the crazy conspiracy theories. Andrew Wilson last Friday did this live stream. Normally he deletes all his live streams once they're finished, but this one he's keeping up. I would highly recommend checking out his live stream for Friday night. The channel is called The Crucible. Basically what he discovered was all these conspiracy theories about the Charlie Kirk assassination, not just the crazy left-wing people, but the right-winger conspiracy theorists who have lost their minds over this. This is all being funded by Act Blue. He's got the receipts. Like I said, go watch his live stream and you'll see what I'm talking about, and you'll get really upset.
To ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that role, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectern. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions.
We're going to go just a little bit
the parties have
faster
entered their
until we start
appearances,
getting some
and
testimony.
they're all present. And neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectern as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, we anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah.
Or something like
the defense
this.
has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter or we can deal with it on an exhibit-by-exhibit basis. But I just want to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
This is
Turning
not
to
a
the state
trial that you could
in defense,
get away with
do we
not
anticipate this
televising.
being a long argument, or is it something that we
There
can
are
handle?
too many people
There
invested
are
in
some
this.
stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit-by-exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they
I
are published.
wasn't a big Charlie fan, but I miss
by way of
him
video
too,
and or audio.
Jax.
Judge, I don't see any
Hey,
TVs
Professor Grass.
or monitors
Professor
here in courtroom
Grass is
today
in the
with respect
is
to
in the
publishing
chat.
something that would go beyond
Check
council
out his
table
channel,
and your Honor's bench.
especially
So
if
I
you
don't know
like
how
to
much
smoke.
of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with
He's got
respect to
some
pictures or
very
video.
interesting live content.
Thank you. That's a great point.
On Rumble as well.
And the court's thought about
Actually,
this issue in regards to
especially
the
on Rumble.
publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any.
I've actually
but
had
after
my live stream
considering it,
practice
here's the
on
2
his
points that I
channel.
wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there
there's
is
a
benefit to
couple of live
publication
videos
of certain
with the two
exhibits,
of us.
but I also do not, and this is going to the
On his
camera
channel.
operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking
Unfortunately,
Mr.
this
Novak's
live
point
stream
in consideration. And so the
didn't start at the
anticipation
beginning.
is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit
started
off guard,
really
is placing
close
that
to the
television right
beginning,
behind
but all
Jeff,
the
our
other
bailiff,
live streams,
to minimize
Law
the
and
accidental
Crime,
capture by the camera
Associated
and
Press, all
allowing
of them.
it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm
They're
also
all
trying to
coming
balance
out of the left
the
channel
rights
only.
and important
So
considerations.
the
that
audio
defense
is
has
just
made.
terrible.
And
This
again,
is
will be
this
on
one
an
on
exhibit-by-exhibit
TP
basis
USA
on
is
what
the only
published
one
and
that
what is
sounds
not.
good
But
that I could find.
for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material, if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side, or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
I should be streaming this on
And
Rumble
Mr. Gernander, as it
well,
relates
but
to that,
I just couldn't figure it out yet. I'll get
are we
there.
anticipating
I'll get there,
the
hopefully
possibility of that
tomorrow
coming
if
up
we do
very
this.
soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the court's information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gernander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So,
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
one quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and that's
Okay.
why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor, because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that it's focused on your monitors, but I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that.
attorneys get so
but I will leave it to
uppity
you. So
about
I believe it's
cameras
important that
seeing
all
what's on
parties
their
see
screens.
what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client.
They hate
I just want to make
cameras
sure
in
that
court.
there is no misunderstanding
can't
of
say
what's
I
being
blame
presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right. With that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right. Well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35.
In advance of this hearing. So,
All right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report, the last
we've
hearing,
already done
is the
some
latest
live
report.
editing
As of
already.
June 18th, we have provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from
Unfortunately,
SBI
I don't
due
have
to
any
preparation
effects.
for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense, I require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. It looks like he's being brought into the courtroom. All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, past the lectrum and being sworn in.
Hey, see no evil is in the chat. What's up, man?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Should check his channel out as
All right.
well.
Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table.
He's got some interesting stuff on Odyssey.
And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Gernander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay.
He talks a little
Will you
fast.
briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you get with the hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
I just want to
A
ask
senior
one more
officer.
time.
Senior
Can
officer,
everyone hear
okay.
the courtroom?
Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol
It's
the
a little
campus, we'd
low
walk
for me,
around,
but
we'd
I can
patrol,
hear.
we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with the Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody or track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use the system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when
Yes,
you
sir.
were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the
Thanks,
neighborhoods.
guys.
We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus?
Yes.
I'm bad
What about
about
the neighborhood
getting
to the
far away
north
from the
and
mic when I
east of
speak
campus?
sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to the UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple of steps that go up. You got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard, it like butts up right against the courtyard, so it'll be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside
what-
one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where's the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building? Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building?
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located?
Back when
with
this
respect to
happened,
this
I had a
courtyard?
pretty
The
good
Sorensen Center is going to
understanding
be kind of like
of
a
the names of the
northeast,
buildings and which ones they
to
were,
the
but it's been
courtyard.
so long now I don't
Okay.
remember
Does it,
anymore.
again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard
Swift
amphitheater
wedding.
area.
Okay. Does it
I
run up to the
didn't
courtyard?
even know that was
The
happening.
Losi Center?
No, not really.
completely
It doesn't run
unaware.
right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East. Okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
Okay.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking
Suddenly
structure?
the
Driving and even walking.
everything
How do you
went
enter and exit
poor.
that structure?
had
So,
a bad signal
On the north
so
end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive
It was
in and
excellent
exit on
until
level 1, so that's the ground level.
all of a sudden.
That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you're parking there, you could walk out right there at that exit only, where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there's some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level. And
Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the U.S.
so this is an area of the campus of
I don't
Utah
know
Valley
what that was
University.
about.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this
Assuming
photograph?
TP
Yes, I
USA
am.
also had bad
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of it, of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
the Fugal
whatever
building?
happened to
Yes.
my internet there?
And what
is-
about the Losi
seems to be
Center?
back
Can you
to
see that
normal
from this
to an
photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor?
So I guess that's Tyler Robinson.
Mr. Grunander.
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations that foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay. So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. That's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that is going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You described that. Where's that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roof building on the far top of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
At UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent, so we wanted to secure that area, so I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock,
Yes.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down
Okay.
there.
Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. It's live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Gernander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself
Okay.
that I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
I'm not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
The only thing that matters.
You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Gernander, you do need to use a monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the LOSI Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
And also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Gernander.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
So is that
All
the
right. I will go ahead and
strategy?
overrule
Just
the objection by
every
defense,
photograph
noting that the
is
witness has laid, he has expressed
illegitimate.
that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the LOSI building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
See
Gravel,
any
okay.
photos from-
You mentioned 2 different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay,
Yeah, grays.
all right. Now, you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the LOSI is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that you can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak.
Okay, can you hear me? There's going to be this one with the gray roof. It's got 2 different colors.
Point to where the courtyard is building.
Fugal building is going to be
Sorensen Center.
Sorensen Center's.
Benefit of the record. Indicate the general you're pointing.
That's fair. They can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the surrounded pathway that goes through the middle.
Stories on the LOSI building? How many stories does the LOSI building have?
There's 4. There's the path.
Is that
pathway?
That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Since the jury,
Yes, I
we
do
don't
see it.
even know if
Okay.
there's going to be a jury.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus.
We're going to be going
more of the
back
courtyard,
through
looking
walls and
eastward.
stuff again.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall of Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red paths.
the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
How do we renew the standing objection? We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernanner.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts,
I think I traveled
the exhibit's
away
admissible.
from it.
He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025.
Can you hear me a
The
little
showing that's
better
required
now?
here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if you're on.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The finds that the witness is familiar with the scene and testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
It's almost been a year since I've uploaded anything to this channel and made it public. So I really appreciate those of you who showed up today.
A few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that
Yes.
that hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side.
It's on the
On top here. Yes.
standing 5. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernanner. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in, so.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugle building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with a white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodward Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where's that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the little
Where's
center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where's that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building. Do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
Is that really, that's really all
Same
she's
response,
got?
Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit.
We don't
This is
know
State
when
v.
it was
Wager,
taken.
or Wager, W-A-G-E-R.
Give me a break.
This is a Utah Court of Appeals
It's
case
a,
from 2016. The citation is
It's just showing where
372
everything is laid out.
Pacific 3rd,
It's not even showing any
91.
evidence, really.
And the
It's
significance
just-
of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking
It's
methamphetamine
insane.
allegedly in his bathroom.
I guess
The witness
the-
that was testifying
if-
and laying the foundation at
if your
trial
client
was
is
not
really
present when the
guilty,
photograph was taken.
Then this is the best
Could
defense
not
you can
tell the
have, is
date
just
on
try
which
to
it was
swat
taken,
as much
but he had been in the
evidence out
bathroom
as
before, was
possible.
familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant.
Grasp at
He testified to
straws.
that personal knowledge, and the court
This
found that was
kid
sufficient foundation.
drove
So
like
that case, in
200
addition to the other
miles
case, the
to get
Purcell
there.
case, and my previous arguments.
That's why
are
his
also been in the
parents
court.
didn't realize
Is
that's
there anything else you wish to add?
that it was
All right.
their son on television.
Given
They
the
didn't
testimony
realize
of the
it was
witness
him
who's
because
testified he's familiar with
it
this
just didn't
location,
make
he went in
sense that he
detail
would
describing the
drive
various
so
neighborhoods
far
and location. He mentioned the roundabout
just to go do that.
and identified the buildings
So, I mean, he
in
was
State's
on
Exhibit 35.
security camera
And,
footage on
it was
the- on
noted
the
that
camper-
it is a fair
on
and
the
accurate
campus. He wasn't
representation
supposed to be there.
of this
It's
campus
obvious that he's
as
got
of September 10th, 2025.
stock
The
of
court
a
is going to
gun in his-
overrule
in his
the objection,
pants.
and State's Exhibit 35 is
In the
admitted into
footage.
evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The State moves to publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Well, we don't know when that.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the Losi Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the Losi building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that
right,
or
if
exit
he
that
did it.
parking structure?
If
By
he
way of
did it,
vehicle or
but-
walking?
By entering, you can enter
Chances
and exit right here on
are
the
pretty
north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into level
vehicle?
one.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this
definitely
LDS
makes
Institute
more
parking
sense
lot
that
over
he
here
did
on
it
the north side of
rather
that,
than an
there's a
exploded
tunnel that goes
microphone,
underneath
right?
the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which would be is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the Losi Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where is Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 west? Are you familiar with that street?
I'm assuming
Yes, sir.
we're
And where's
going
that at?
over
That's going to be to
all
the left
this
side of the
because
horseshoe. That runs north and south.
It must
and
be
it comes down towards
relevant
the
to
bottom.
where they
Okay.
found it.
And finally, 925 south.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two west.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 south, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 south, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 south, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay, I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Yes.
Mr. Granado, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
What was happening that morning, that day on campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You can walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left. So
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay.
Most of you probably already know this, but I do want to mention he mentioned that kid that was asking him the question when Charlie was shot, and that kid was part of the Unfuck America tour, which those are the people who are being funded by Act Blue, and they're the ones feeding all this information to people like Candace Owens and that Baron, whatever his name is. Like I said earlier in this live stream, Andrew Wilson came out with that stuff on Friday. He's got full receipts to prove what's going on. Those people claim they have moles in the TPUSA organization, and those are the people who are feeding this garbage to these people. And that's why they're saying that they have, that there's people working for TPUSA who are against it, or like, fake. They're saying all that because they know it was at least true, because they put them there.
Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run, and more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there were several thousand people, because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed in the amphitheater, sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level of the Sorensen and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed. Okay. Several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left post, which was right down the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to between right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up, people were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help saw an individual was probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, well, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was closer range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on, so we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have a more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognize it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay.
You could hear it cracking through the air.
Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? What direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment, when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. He said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center. And like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. It's a public stairway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1.
Most people probably already know this, but I'll just bring it up just in case. The screwdriver, it said that if that screwdriver was Tyler Robinson's, then he probably used it to assemble the rifle because he more than likely had to take it apart to get it under his clothes.
Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
This woman
Same
might as well
response,
be
Judge.
Daryl Brooks.
My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at it. It's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back. Well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in brief recess.
Worth going on about exhibits. I saw some reports.
For the record, that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Gernander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Wow, no objection, huh? She must have heard me call her Darryl Brooks. See no evil. There's I can't remember the name of the channel.
Looks like it's just taking a second to
but
come up on the screen.
I think he's like an ex-Marine, and he showed how
Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life.
And had it under his
display.
clothes, it looked just like the pictures of Tyler Robinson on that security camera.
Yes.
Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
It's
where was it
about
located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted.
Right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down, and if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go.
But it is always possible that the screwdriver was left there by, some worker who was there.
So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray.
But I
Here's the
would guess
guardrail
that
in the center of the
police
picture with
think
the red
it's
brick.
his
Just forward to
because
that about 10, 15 feet in. About right there.
About right there.
There was
Okay.
no
Now on this
rust,
exhibit,
it didn't
Exhibit
look like it
3.1, there's
had
an
been
evidence
up there for a
tag,
very long time.
yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech?
Yes.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
No, he's not an ex-Marine, but
Okay, I see it.
he did
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
put the weapon
Yes, that's a
together.
picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
That time
Okay.
frame
And how do you know that that is,
shoots
in fact, the top of
fine
Losi
because
Center,
it's gonna be
looking west?
whenever
I can see
he's
the
ready to
landmarks
do
of
it,
several
right?
buildings the Fugel buildings on the top
Leaving the
left
screwdriver
of it.
behind
You got on the right is a white roof, which is the
suggests
Sorensen building on the
that
right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a
Hey,
little
it's
bit.
Apprentice.
What about the tent that was
Good
set
to
up that
see
Mr.
you,
Kirk
Apprentice.
was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
One of the
Yes.
nicest people on YouTube.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate
And if you like right-wing,
depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Check
Yes.
out the,
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
what is the
Your
name
Honor,
of
I think
channel?
that
It's
we renew our
potatoes.
standing objection.
What
There
is
is
Potatoes
an evidence
channel?
tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have
Put
any
the name
indication
of
about when this picture was
Potatoes
taken or by
channel
whom.
in the
So we object to its
channel,
admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunetter?
If you don't
Officer,
mind.
one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was no.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation, as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2, the court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the State would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center
They're
is the
just
Hall of
not gonna
Flags.
let us see this.
And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west. And we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher. So this is level at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far
at
as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there
in
is.
that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw at the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was top of the photo. In the middle, you got hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass
just
area,
looked it up
the direct line of sight
It's
with the
the
Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the
potato's
gravel of the Losi building southwest
That's
side.
his main channel, right?
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
At
Melissa Richards.
any rate, if
And,
you like right-wing
who is Melissa Richards?
debate and
She's the
conversation,
lead senior
go to,
forensic for the
potato's
state of Utah.
eye.
Okay.
Examiner.
He's a good guy.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Just renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to provide laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing stage, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute
Hey,
or rule
Spirit
in
is
whole
here.
or in part at any
Go check
preliminary
out Moose
examination
Heaven.
to determine probable
That's
cause
the name of
or
his
at any
channel.
pretrial proceeding
He
with
has
respect to release of defendant
what
if
I would
appropriate
call
discovery is allowed
a,
as defined by
like
statute
a
or rule.
live
For those
stream of
reasons,
consciousness is what I
overrule the
call it.
objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay,
Funny
in this
stuff.
instance, you may
He's
proceed.
got a
Officer Bagley, did you
hilarious
ask Ms.
channel. Check him out.
Richards
It's called
if this was a
Moose
fair and
Heaven,
accurate depiction
not Moose
of this
Haven.
scene on the Losi
Don't
building on the night of
click on
September
Moose
10th,
Haven.
2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
Right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see two, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so...
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do. Number 2.
The number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2 as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
That's right.
Objections,
Moose
Your Honor.
Haven is no
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
substitute.
I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. And with those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
Something I mentioned earlier,
So,
Spirit.
officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is
something that you
on
talk
the
about on
building
your channel
where the
quite
gravel
often.
is towards the bottom center. I'm looking
It
west,
turns out all
towards
these
the tent, which is in
conspiracy
the upper
theories are
center,
being
the white tent. You can see
funded
the
by
grass down
Act
there in
Blue,
the amphitheater.
which
You got the
that
hall flag
money
that's
is
more towards the top center,
is
behind
coming
that,
from
you got
somewhere.
I-15.
More than
But
likely, it's
what I'm looking
coming
at
from
is in
the
disturbance of the gravel
Marxist
right by
side
the
of the J
Okay, and
group
can you describe for the record that disturbance?
instead of the regular side,
To me,
or the conservative
when I got up there and I
side,
could
whatever.
see this disturbance of gravel, to me, it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a
Just
prone
the
position,
conspiracy
and you got
theories
markings of elbows,
themselves.
knees, and feet, where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2.
I'm still having mic problems.
You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center of
point
the
to
picture,
that?
if you go to the center of the picture, in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it,
Okay.
or the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat.
Yes, Act Blue is extremely corrupt.
And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor.
But I mean, just thinking about the whole thing, I mean, who has the most to gain from getting rid of Charlie Kirk?
Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
Who
there. Do you recognize
the
that
most
exhibit?
to
I do.
lose from-
And what is that?
from
This is going to
this
be a
kid
picture of
being
the side
blamed as
profile
a
of that
leftist?
last photo we looked at, with some red or orange markers, and the number 2 with also a
same
tape
people.
that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Because I don't
Yes.
have two
And what direction is
screens,
that?
I'm
It's
just going
facing
to
south.
lower the volume to the room a little
This is a
bit.
nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual, so you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down,
Okay.
like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the State offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you.
Do all the same objections.
Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
It's a
Before
big-
turning to what you
it's
did
a big
next on that day,
pile-on
taking you to
of-
back to
of
the daytime of September
funding.
10th, 2025.
Like, it's coming from Act Blue, but they're
Did you secure the
funding
rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Unfuck
Yes, I
America
did.
Tour.
And how did you do that?
And
I
Unfuck
put yellow
America
police
Tour
crime scene tape around
is,
the portion where so nobody else would disturb that area.
feeding
And when you say that area,
information
what areas
to
are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the
Candace
southwest side of the roof where I found
whatever
the
that
disturbed
other
gravel,
guy's name
where it looked like
is.
somebody had been thrown out in the line
Baron
of sight of the
Von
tent.
whatever his fucking name is.
Somewhere there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yeah, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where everybody's not going any further from there other than police officers.
I know Candace
Okay.
Owens has.
If we could go back to State's
Spirit,
Exhibit
but
number 2.
I haven't watched Tucker Carlson in a long. I didn't realize.
If we were
that
to
he was
zoom in on
still
this
talking. I didn't
photograph,
know
are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the
did
rooftop of the
stuff
Losi
on
Center?
Charlie
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On
But
the
the person that Andrew
southwest corner
Wilson was
of the rooftop.
focusing on Friday night was that girl Z Cohen.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different
I can't
grays.
remember what her
The
full name
southwest
is.
towards the
She
top
goes by
center of the
Z,
picture.
Z-E-E.
You can see some yellow tape that spans from over
And
here on the far right side of the
I've
picture.
got
where these
footage
black,
on my channel of
pipes,
that girl
goes around a
live
silver
streaming
vent,
with
comes back down
Destiny
around to the
the
corner
day that
of
this
that silver to keep
happened.
everybody out of that area where
And
that
in fact,
prone
I
position
believe
was.
it was
On that photograph, are you able to see where you
before
put the
we
tape up
found
as far
out
as the-
Charlie Kirk
the
was
access way to that
gone.
roof?
If you
The inner
remember,
stairway?
there
So
were
it
several
was actually
hours.
this natural barrier
We
where
just
you had to
didn't
climb
know
over
if he
regardless.
was
So this is
gone
the
or
other
not.
barrier that I had set up.
You
And
put police
during
tape on
that
it.
time,
Okay.
Destiny and
did
this
you
Z
eventually leave
girl
that
from
area?
I
Unfuck
did.
America,
Do you
and
recall
Destiny
about what
was
time you left that
working for
area?
Unfuck America at the
I
time.
have it in my notes.
They were
It'd be-
freaking out because
when I left
they
that
were
area, it was
worried
almost
about
1
the
o'clock,
things that
1:03,
were in their
1:01.
Discord server.
Before leaving, did you
well, in
leave the scene
Destiny's
with anyone?
I
Discord
did not
server,
leave the scene.
because
I was actually
apparently
somebody
Just
yesterday.
someone else?
Yes.
you
And
may
who was that?
remember
was a
this. There
detective
were a
named
lot of
Zemo.
people
Did you
posting
provide
on
instructions to
Twitter
them?
and other
What were those
places
instructions?
I advise her not
the
to let
day
anybody inside the
before it
premises
happened,
without
claiming
being
that it was
a
going to
police officer or
happen.
investigator.
Okay.
And she was
Thank you. You can
freaking out
continue.
because she thought they were going to get found out, and they went in and deleted all those messages. And after some time passed, she
Officer,
started
upon
looking
seeing this
at
disturbance in
what
the
they
gravel,
could
you
do
described what it looked like to you.
to
Lying
use
down
Charlie
in a prone
Kirk's
position,
death
correct?
to
Yes.
their
What
own
did you do next?
advantage. And that's what they're doing now.
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, or I could see somebody lay down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building, so ran towards the tent of where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Yeah, see no evil. That Baron guy, I can't remember what his name is. He is indeed a tinfoil hat. Like I'm a conspiracy theorist. Okay, that guy's out of his mind, and the way he attacks Andrew Wilson, because they're all on Andrew Wilson right now because he's working for not working for TPUSA, but he did something for them recently, which he was paid for, but it was just a one-time thing. Anyway, that guy is attacking Andrew Wilson for calling someone a cunt. It's like, really? That's all you got?
Can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right. Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate,
The
as this is not to a
pictures
jury, it's to
themselves
myself
are
as a magistrate,
hearsay.
I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way, other than he ran north. At that moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3. Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next, then?
I then looked at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there, and then dropped down to the shoe imprint, and then finished going northeast.
Okay. I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes.
We're not going to be able to see this.
What side is where the individual can be sure?
Corner.
Yes, no.
But
Right.
we've seen
Onto
that
the seat.
footage
I could see there was more
anyway.
Where
evidence.
is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right, in the center down. I did.
In uniform? You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the Incident Command Center was at, so I could relay information that I had found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
you
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know,
It's the
were there
school spawn.
any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or
don't
on
want
top of
people
or
coming
in
in
the
with
LoC building?
weapons,
Were you
then
ever
they
assigned
should-
that
they should-
area before the shooting?
No.
They should do the metal
Do you know who
detecting,
was?
right?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem police?
Payson.
Payson police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Bernander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report?
Yes.
And how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report?
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says It has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5 maybe? All right, now let me ask the question again. Sorry, you just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
Right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I want to make sure that I had it done, where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
Her defense?
What is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognize when I see all the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. This is towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For a
weapon?
pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know. Not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
We know
Did you
that
ever take
what
custody of it?
happened to Charlie Kirk
Did you
was
ever
not done
tell anyone
by
else to take
a
custody of it?
pistol or
You just left it on the grass?
handgun.
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Well, there's your answer about the drones.
You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
Right. And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So that happened within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. That they said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right, welcome back. Lots of information there that was just gone through, and we had to see.
Wow, we've almost caught up already.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back. You had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So when you, we could just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent just to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on. So
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around, so I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out, and that's when I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the perimeter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody, so to me it would be a close encounter, so I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings for that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the Losi building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
That was right on my
Your
chest.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
There are people
Is that
who
right?
think that
Right.
Charlie Kirk was not shot,
and so the two of
and
you
that he
go to
got
the
on
Losi
an
building.
airplane and flew to Egypt or something. I don't know.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losi building after the shooting, after this individual
Crazy
jumped off
stuff.
that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody. Yeah.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been
Candace
on, or
did
disturbed
make
that
a
scene?
killing off of this.
But once you put the tape up,
She was already
then we're confident from
rich.
that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the
And
way,
I
where
don't
did you
think
get that
she's
tape?
ever been honest.
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me, so.
Okay, so you didn't have it on you?
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
No.
Someone threw it up?
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof in
I'm
the
not aware.
vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. I was too It was too chaotic, running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right.
That's what this case will be for.
You mentioned when you went to the police
so we
department,
will
you
find
watched
out the facts.
video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, I'm gonna use your words, it looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay. And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please, page 5 on the Bagley one.
Most definitely.
So looking at the
Most
second page,
definitely
you actually have to
Jacks.
go to
He
page
did not
6.
deserve this.
You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof.
And it
And again, I'm
happening
going to
on
remind you of
camera
our
and everything
conversation we
like
had
that.
before
It's
about you
just-
understand how important these
It's
reports
just
are.
horrible.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had no object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
No.
Okay, so you left that out. Now have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I can see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
in the
like
video.
an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
I was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe, somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
I know. Not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day, or anyone else to your knowledge, on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
And that I know.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I don't know,
I also want to
Spirit.
talk to you about
I
that
don't know
giant
if I
picture
agree
that
with
was showed
that.
to you. Do you know?
The JFK shooting
Yes, it's
was
Exhibit 35.
quite
Do you know
disgusting.
who
I mean,
took that picture, where it came from?
his head
Do you know
exploded.
how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they were
them?
drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who's operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Have you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may,
Just
Mr.
one moment. Thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards,
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
she is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof?
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr.
We're
Gurnett,
talking about
redirect.
JFK in the chat.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
It's a little bit odd that President Bush was at that assassination and President
We've talked about
Reagan's
this
assassination.
handgun holster that you
How many
observed
people can say
on the
they were
grass
at
in the
one
courtyard.
presidential
I'm going to ask you if you would approach
assassination
the
attempt?
monitor when it comes
He
up
can say he
and
was
point
at
out as best you
two.
can where you observed that holster, okay?
Well, he could say that he was at two.
Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
They're going to let us
So
see
again, this
it,
is a picture
see it
of the
this
courtyard
time.
area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center, bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be, the waterfall's on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay,
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, officer. Just for the benefit of those in attendance that you may have noticed, I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You ready?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS? Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI, and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with Major Crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work with the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville when I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. What did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I'd been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event and it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you were still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency. Okay,
so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide?
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed?
Yes, yeah. My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence.
The witness definitely has a bad
the FBI,
barber.
The DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did. Mm-hmm. So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place, and I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with Agent
Davis.
Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
It depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially, so you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay, so you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene, yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether
I wish he had a louder voice and
we
that
have
he
a
didn't
core group
talk in
within
such
major
a
crimes that were assigned
nonchalant,
specific tasks.
like a
And
nonchalant
do they include the
cadence.
agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to whom?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
Okay. You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. But you said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos, Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
And do you know
Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go and meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Ms. Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
Well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my
Okay.
investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Ms. Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Ms. Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Okay. Would you want-
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward. You may.
She's a waddler.
To my right.
You're right.
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far. Is
All right,
that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So
That's actually
Thank
fine.
I
You can
appreciate
stay
your
right in
time.
front of the
Mr.
witness, so we don't have to look at his haircut.
Okay.
All right, let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
And if I can make,
So-
if I can make a correction to that, I think...
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a question.
okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes?
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes.
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what, let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay.
So do you think it's possible that they edited this video because, like he said they were trying to protect people that were in the video? Do you think these are some of those people who were laughing and smiling when this happened?
So someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Ms. Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done, either by you or another agent, with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Ms. Wright to arrange a meeting so that Ms. Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay. And who had that follow-up visit with Ms. Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay. And
Thanks
you know
for
that
coming to
happened
check it
because you
out. See
spoke
no
to Agent
evil.
Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written
See you next
statement
time, man.
that Ms. Wright had completed
Okay.
in 1102.
Okay. And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
It includes that advisory?
Yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right. And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank. And and/or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O, as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right, and so if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blinked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right, thank you. I'm just getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill. All right, I've reviewed that. Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
Hey, DH, we're
Your Honor, just for the record,
we're watching the
we just want to make a
Tyler
record too that
Robinson
it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined, and for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor did, UCJA 4-202.02, and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it. And I'm sorry.
So, okay, so let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you want to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's
Right.
focus on the 1102,
Right.
and we'll stop
Sure.
there, and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So
Sure.
I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next
I
stage.
appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that. And it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, well, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information here: address, phone number, Social Security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. What's going on here? I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Come on, guys, get your shit together.
Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming
Yeah.
on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, that's fine. It's not, it's just for my, I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate, so if you just want to put it back on my screen. All right, well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there's a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right, so
And I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and
Okay.
there's
No,
just been a
that's
little bit of glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
all right, and Ms. Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well, and that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill, or
Certainly, Judge.
provide information for the
I'd
court?
be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes personal information from Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence, and then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not.
Make
it's not my
yourself at
writing.
home, Spirit.
But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge.
Thank you,
I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as the Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned. That final paragraph, it states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this, and the clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't think the defense has won a single
Agent Hull,
objection.
that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state
It
with
seems like
regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
The judge is definitely
So she's
letting
confirmed
it
that
in.
she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her two young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits, and they are filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom,
filming
and
the
then
things
exhibit
that
being
were on
published,
that
which can
screen
be captured
the
by
whole
media,
time.
if that's not
They
specifically
showed
addressed,
two things on that screen.
I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make?
We're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits. and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument. What you're requesting.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to
yes.
this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on so the three? You moved it into evidence, which I approved. It isn't moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom, and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the, so we can move forward. All right, thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you. Wright's video.
I have, yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
And absent the written statement from Ms. Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
It's there now.
It's there now. Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background is a hall of flags, and then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Ms. Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Ms. Wright's video.
Okay. Justice State would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level? Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Ms. Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video it scrolls back and Ms. Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular
No, there is
video?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just want to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in for all the constitutional reasons.
That wasn't me. That was TPUSA.
Reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication,
No, I take that back. It's because we just caught up with the live feed.
we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone. And so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you.
Come on, let us see
As
it.
it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6, is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim, and so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right, I need to view this again, so let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound.
Nope, it was me.
Okay,
CTID.
my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit, so what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it, and it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go ahead and play that.
Nice. Okay, we're not going to get to see it, but I think that's the shot where you can see him running across the roof. I could be wrong.
All right, thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces, and so I'm going to rule that it is admissible. Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
To watch that?
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence, again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, or the 1102 statement 6.1, and I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence, and because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible, it's not going to be published to in-court monitor and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence, the court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good, thank you, Judge.
The defense got her first
to
partial
state,
win.
if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, this sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Yes.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on and the public is being denied the chance to see it.
Exactly.
That is a fundamental violation of the right of access. And it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with
Am I the only one who
when
thinks the court
something is
deputy,
presented
this
in a
one right
public
here,
proceeding.
looks like Mike from
So
Breaking Bad?
while I
a little bit?
recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit by exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat, may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so this one, it doesn't sound like, this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
The defense attorney seems to think that she can drive what the media can like she can, dictate whether or not they can show things or not, and that's not how it works.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
State is not. We'll submit it. Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so
I'm sorry.
we'll go to Ms. Nestor first
ahead.
and then to the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill.
The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right. All right, based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of the parties as we're going through the many layers that need to be addressed on exhibits such as these. So we'll go ahead and, once that's ready to be played, let's go ahead and do that.
I could be wrong.
Order.
Everybody, you know how it works.
Thank you. And that
So
concludes
I could be wrong, but I think that
Exhibit
what
6.
that-
Correct.
I think that's the video that was being passed around right after it happened, and
Agent
you
Holt,
could
did you or
see
any other SBA agent
somebody
collect
running
additional
across the
video?
roof, and it was
Yes,
before
there are
he
other
was
videos
shot.
collected.
What additional video did you collect?
A cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th. of 2025, and that video was provided to him. And subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Ms. Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed the statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay, and so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement, that it could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Okay. Judge, the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, well, there's two things here, right? Let me address first the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just let me check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present, and that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement, that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court, and also published so that the media can record it. With regards to, well, do you want to address the 1102, and then I'll move on to the video?
All right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right. And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1. All right, based off what's before me on the State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously, and so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts? No, Your Honor. All right. We're going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court, and that the media may capture that.
In previous trials that I've seen that were televised,
let's go ahead and do
the only
so.
things they don't show the public are things that are just unwatchable.
Scroll up.
Well, violent videos and
Totally
things
scroll
like
down.
that. Like in the Darrell Brooks trial, we never saw any of the footage of him actually running over people. But the courtroom did.
All right. You may proceed.
Did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
It is admitted into evidence and it was published.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would move to introduce or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
All right.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize.
You may.
And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Sturgill?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that
7.
correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom.
This has been a bad day for the defense.
But I will have it played on my screen. And so I view it, and I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens, because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need to do, I'll give you a moment, and if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. Again, I want to act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured. All right. To defense, ready to proceed? Yes, Your Honor. All right. To the state? Yes, sir. All right. Go ahead and let's play Exhibit 7. Is there sound? All right, let's make sure that, thank you.
I think they've muted the sound on us. I'm assuming I've probably already seen this video. I'm assuming most people probably have. I don't know which one it is, but it's of the act itself. If I'm being honest, I don't want to see those videos anymore. I actually never wanted to see them.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7.
You're right, CTID. Everyone has seen this footage, whether they wanted to or not.
Thank you,
Everyone
Judge.
has seen it.
Agent Hull, any more video that you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or?
He provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You got a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Go to the top screen down slowly. Do you see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. This statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection.
What a surprise.
We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it. And as well, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues.
Let's read that.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep, I think so. Thank you. And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check, did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling.
We're going to copy and paste her objections, and then we're going to copy and paste the overrule rulings. Which, again, I think just makes it a pretty bad day for the defense.
And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else.
I'm sure she knew that this was coming. I'm sure she expected it to be this way.
Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published. Well,
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, it is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and may be published by the media. So let's just get it situated. And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on this screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you.
Yeah, we got it. No, we're
all right, you can
way
continue.
Caught up now.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on. She's still going through it. She's going to show
You're
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
I believe I remember that
Does it
video
also
as
show
well.
Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Give me a break.
Thank you.
It's the preliminary hearing. It's not.
Just
You're not cross-examining witnesses yet.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, is sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Hull testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. He says that this is video that was captured by Visual Impulse cameras. So with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A.
I mean, this woman
that
seems
this
less
is
concerned
Declaration of
about
Rights of Crime Victims,
whether or not the courtroom
and it states
sees it
to be
as
treated with
opposed
fairness,
to
respect,
the public.
and
She just
dignity.
doesn't want the public
And
to see it.
those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you. Turning to the state, to your screens. All right, I see a head nod, yes. And,
Most
let's
likely
go ahead
we've
and
seen all
play
this stuff
this
anyway.
video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. You may proceed.
Oh, they're going to mute the audio again. I would fast forward, but we've caught up now, so we'll have to wait. But I do remember this footage. If I'm thinking of the correct footage, it's basically from behind. I don't know if it was behind Charlie Kirk, but it was from the stage, and you could see the reactions of the audience as it was happening. It was, I mean, it's almost as bad as the footage of Kirk himself. Just seeing all those people horrified. Wow, he really reacted to that. And you in my headphones, I could barely hear the shot right before he did that.
And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
Okay. With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay.
This stuff is all boring. It's boring as hell, but the state has to go through all this in order to.
I'm going to correct myself on that. If I can refer back to
show us what happened.
Okay. Please,
and,
yes. Your notes,
the defense, their
there
job
with
is
you
just to
again?
constantly
Yes.
try to swat these things
And referencing
away.
them will help you refresh your memory.
It will, yes.
Close up
Okay.
as much
So don't read
conversation
from
as
it
possible.
out loud, just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed a
And
little bit
she's not
too,
doing a great
little
job.
bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay. And you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
Nestor's going to appeal
He
her
did, yes.
And
objection.
on that statement, was that a bureau-provided
judge's,
statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay. And on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay.
Oh, come on, guy.
Is
Hey,
there
it's
something displayed
Sierra
on your screen
Brown.
right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3.
Sierra Brown's been
Do you
watching
recognize
this
what that
channel
is?
since probably the
Yes,
very
it's the State
beginning.
Bureau of Investigations 1102 statement
At least the
completed by
very
Mr.
beginning
Olson.
of the Daryl Brooks stuff.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the State would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would, again, renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told.
You think so, CTID? You think it's going to take 4 months? I hope it doesn't. It very well could, but this part of the preliminary hearing is only supposed to last a week.
Them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation. We don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it is his job, basically, to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that.
I just think this whole thing is important because of
Let me review that.
all the ridiculous claims people are making these days. We need an on-the-record trial to shut these people up, or at least to make people stop listening to them.
And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102 under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense. And then we'll scroll down.
CTID, you noticed that, did you?
10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there.
So who thinks Tyler Robinson will actually testify?
Right,
I mean, obviously, very, very unlikely. I definitely don't think they're going to put him on the stand. Does anybody here think he's actually going to testify?
Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
Yeah, I don't think he will either.
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement
It's
behind the
possible that
stage
a guilty
area.
plea could come out of
and I
nowhere.
believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pressing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
I'm not sure which video this is.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect
That may be his only way of
respect
survival.
and dignity and
CTID.
the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
3 minutes.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure? So
The judge reminds me a little bit of Tom Fitton. Do you guys know who Tom Fitton is?
Nod his head. We can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right, so all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
I mean, I've heard a lot of different theories about what Robinson is going to try to do. I heard someone saying this morning that he would probably try for a plea deal or something just before the trial finally starts. But I don't know that the state would offer one at this point. I mean, I think they've probably got a good case against him. I mean, his parents, they did turn him in, but, that doesn't suggest that they don't love him, It's more or less just you can't go on being our son after doing something like that and then, expect us to protect you. I mean, the guy's got to go down. he has to be punished if he did this. I say that, I guess, legally. I mean, I really do believe this kid was behind this. But I think that he got a lot of direction from lots of people, you know, on places like Discord and Twitter X. I think the kid was just pushed into this by everybody on the left that he spent his time talking to on Discord. And I can't remember the name of the channel once again, but I saw it's this young guy on YouTube, this kid. He's very popular. I just can't seem to remember his name right now, but he had done a deep dive into their Discord, like a bunch of Discord servers that these two, that Robinson and his whatever significant other furry thing that they were in, and some of the stuff that he showed in that video was just unbelievable, just completely insane. And that furry person, like he talked to someone who knew them, and they shared pictures with him of that person's apartment. It's insane. I would highly recommend watching it, but it's sort of terrifying. Yes, Turkey Tom CID. That's exactly who it was. Yes, go to Turkey Tom's channel and look for that video. I don't remember what it was called, and it was months and months and months ago. But it's probably got millions of views.
Case Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay. So just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner. Mm-hmm. And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center. And
how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Can you imagine how entertaining this trial would be?
Yes.
If
I
Robinson
also believe,
was defending
towards
himself.
the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that the pop-up tent. Mm-hmm. And then you can see Mr. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible. So I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene. And I spoke with him, and he informed
Hairball,
me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced
The
deceased.
Darrell Brooks trial.
And that medical,
That would
the
be my
medical
answer to
investigator
that.
that you
Is the
spoke
Darrell
to,
Brooks trial is so
do
entertaining.
you know the name of that person?
Usually, I mean, from my point
Bullock, I
of view,
believe,
the
Officer
pro se
Bullock, but
trials are
if I can
usually
refresh my
extremely
recollection
entertaining.
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will
Just
help you
because
refresh
the,
your memory.
you know,
Go ahead
the
and look
person
at
usually
that.
has
Again, don't
no
read from it
idea
out
what
loud.
they're doing.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
I don't remember who Lori Vallow
Do you know whether
was.
Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah
can't
Medical
remember
Examiner's
that one.
Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th.
Was she the woman
or it
who
may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
her family were demons or something?
And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted that
refresh my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay. If someone told him all of this, I
Thought about doing an edit
Judge,
for
I'll-
that one.
If I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself.
You may have been the one who
This is all
suggested it
information
to
that's
me.
included on the report.
So as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling. If you wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Do you recall the date and time that that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it
soon,
within?
it was soon after, within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name, is that fair
Yeah, I
to say?
apologize, but yes, that's who it
Okay.
is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Have you reviewed,
True hairball,
again, you
that
stated earlier
Darrell
that
Brooks
this is
was a
not the
once-in-a-lifetime
first murder
trial.
investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. This is, I take it, this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
That man was
Yes,
despicable,
they're
but
in
it
a
was
standard
just
format that
it
the
was
medical
just so
examiner
easy to
uses.
make fun of him.
And
He's
this
so
report that you
stupid.
received
Yes.
from who you believe was the doctor you spoke to
Yes.
that conducted the medical exam, was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay. On your monitor, Exhibit 11, I'm going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Maybe that's why I like it. I really enjoy
I believe there's
watching
9 pages.
people
So
who
let me
are
know when you see
clinically
that on your
insane
screen.
destroy their own lives.
All right. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages.
At least
And
with
wait till
Darrell
we get to
Brooks,
the
it's
very
all
end.
it's finally
If you
all
need us to
over
pause
with
or
now.
stop or slow down,
They
let us know.
denied his
I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
extending for an appeal. It's over. The appeal's done. He shouldn't have fired his attorney again, right? Yes, the sidebars, that's something that you don't get in the current trials. that are televised. You just the sidebars, everything gets muted for the sidebars now.
Did you get a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the medical examiner's report of examination.
And they
for Mr. Kirk.
finally put an end to it, didn't
Yeah,
they?
do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
It accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field, based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like the board to hire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay, and to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to question we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would know. There's some.
Ooh, my feed just died.
Really
Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
To the state.
Judge, this is clearly reliable hearsay admissible
This
under
woman,
Rule
this
1102
defense attorney, she
of
seems to
Rules of
know
Evidence.
all the buzzwords to say.
I would direct you specifically to subsection
To get those
B5,
crazy people riled up.
for purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy
I didn't see the
reports
trial
and
CTID,
records.
but I have been
Again, that
told
is
by
supported
multiple
Article
people
1,
that
Section
that
12
woman
of the
is
Utah
batshit
Constitution,
crazy.
which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Sounds like we won't
Your
be seeing
Honor,
any
I
of
just
that.
want to point out that even though
Even during the
1102
trial
has a
if we get
provision
one.
about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis, Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit.
She actually
Case
did,
exhibit,
kind
I believe it's 11.
She is still
11,
using
yes,
those
sir.
buzzwords, but yeah, I'm not.
Citing to Utah
I can't fault her on that argument.
Constitution, Article 1, Section
Not that I
28.
I'm a good
dignity,
judge anyway. I
portion
am
of
not a
respect,
lawyer. I'm not an
dignity.
attorney. I have no experience.
It will not be published either in the courtroom
than
or
editing
viewable
trials.
on media by the camera.
And watching a whole
for the
hell of a
reasons
lot of them.
previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence. And that concludes that portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop, to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
All
if I
right.
could,
You may.
with respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
Really, CTID?
And,
I was not aware.
Manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I object, it's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so I'm going to sustain, well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. So, okay, I see, Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
She's not even an appellate attorney.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of
I'm
the
sure she's got
report?
friends.
Yes.
All right. So
And, Your Honor, I
And
also
a
need
hell
to
of a
make
lot
an
of
objection
cats.
on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution, that it permits reliable hearsay, it is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
All right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
And unfortunately, that's where my speed run sort of fails, because we've caught up, so I won't be able to skip past all this. Sorry, I was reading chat. I guess I should take this as an opportunity to talk about the ridiculous nonsense again. I mean, I know I've already brought it up, but some of you have come in since then. This entire thing, like all these conspiracy theories and everything, they're just out of control. I mean, the trial hasn't even started yet. And there are so many people who are absolutely sure, and they tell you things, they say things to you online. Like I had someone on YouTube just like 2 or 3 days ago, accusing me of being stupid because I don't believe in the exploding microphone theory. I mean, these people are sick. They're not well. And this entire thing has been financed and coordinated by the, it's being coordinated by the Unfuck America tour, which were those are the people who were following Charlie Kirk around the country as he spoke to every at every college that he went to. They were following him, and I mean, even one of the guys who was a speaker on that tour was the kid that was asking or was haggling with Charlie Kirk at the time when he was shot. And all this stuff is just out of control. I mean, these people, there were people who knew this was coming. They knew it was going to happen. They were cheering it on. And I'm quite certain that Tyler Robinson was one of those people. He was reading all this stuff online about Charlie Kirk was going to be at this college. This was the perfect opportunity for someone to take him out. This stuff was going on for days, possibly weeks before it happened, before Charlie Kirk showed up. Exactly. His mother turning him in was, I mean, that's definitely a big deal. But the odd thing too, which I had mentioned earlier during this live stream, was that they didn't realize that was their son on the screen. I'm sure they noticed that he looked like him, but it didn't even cross their minds that he was the one in the footage, because that school was apparently like over 200 miles away from him. So the fact that he was there, I mean, he was there with purpose. I mean, why would you drive there all that time to get there? And then, you're being seen on security camera footage with these bulges in your pants, not the kind of bulge you might be thinking of, but stock and barrel bulges and things like that in his shirt and his pants. And then we're supposed to believe that he came there to listen to Charlie Kirk. Well, he wasn't there listening to him. In fact, we have footage of him jumping off the roof of the school to get away after it happened. So I don't know how you get out of this. I don't know how you're supposed to explain this away and say, oh, well, it wasn't me. It was an exploding microphone. Yeah, that's insane. And of course, there's the story of the other guy that was arrested that day. I don't remember what his name was, but there's all the people saying, well, he was at the Boston bombing as well, and it's like, well, maybe there was information about that came out before it happened as well, and he knew that he could go there. I don't know. Maybe he just happened to be there. But as far as the Charlie Kirk thing goes, there was information online about that being the plan before it happened. So it's unfortunate that TPUSA and Kirk himself didn't get wind of that before it happened. And it's just such an unfortunate thing, especially the way that it happened. But I mean, that guy, I really wasn't that big of a fan of his. I didn't dislike him. I just didn't watch his content. But I mean, I've seen a lot of it now, and the guy, he did nothing to deserve this. There are so many other people on the right, like right-wing pundits and things like that, people saying things like he was the nicest one of our side. You know what I mean? Why would you go after him? The one like kind and polite member of our group, right? And they killed him. Why? The only thing it's because he was effective. It was because he was doing a good job bringing young people over to the right, and they don't like that. And who has the most to lose from Charlie Kirk continuing his mission? Who has the most to lose? The left, these Democrats, the same people who are funding and arming the conspiracy theorists with all the crap information that Z girl, Z Cohen Morales, or whatever, I can't remember what her name is, but she is at the forefront of this. Apparently she's been running this whole thing. She doesn't give a shit about any of these conspiracy theories. She doesn't believe in any of them. She's just helping to spread them because it has done a great job of fracturing the entire right side of the political sphere. There is nothing that we can agree on anymore. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but that's at least my assessment of it, is that we're having a very difficult time agreeing on anything. And it all started with this Charlie Kirk assassination. That's just how I see it. It's frustrating and depressing at the same time. Those people were planning this for at least days ahead of time. They knew what they were going to do to Charlie Kirk, and they did it. They successfully did it. And once that had happened, you know, with all these conspiracy theorists and everything, that I'm a conspiracy theorist. This conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk is ridiculous, and it doesn't take much thought before you realize just how ridiculous it is. Plus, if you think about it like this too, who has the most to lose from Tyler Robinson being convicted, other than Tyler himself? Who has the most to lose? Him and his family, obviously, but the left has to lose a lot over that too. If it becomes common knowledge that those conspiracy theories were garbage and that Tyler Robinson did indeed do this, he did pull the trigger, he was the guy who did it, then this reflects bad on the left, especially if we continue to bring up the fact that the entire left was planning this. I mean, not everyone, but all of these young people who were going to that school and people around that area, they were all in discords planning this shit. It's totally disgusting. And like I said earlier, there is a video on my channel, which I haven't really posted much. I haven't posted at all since this happened. And there is a video on there about Destiny, and he was live streaming that day that it happened, and he had that Z girl on with him, and they were both freaking out about what was in their Discord. They were worried shitless over what was going to be found in that Discord. And the words that she was like, the quote from her that I remember her saying in that video is, "We're fucked. We're fucked." And it was because of what was in Destiny's Discord at that very moment after Charlie Kirk had been shot. They weren't even aware yet if he was gone. They thought, there was a couple of hours, I can't remember how long it was, but for a little while there that day after he was shot, we didn't know he was gone for a while. And that's when that live stream went on. And I think if nothing else, I mean, I realize people can say things online or whatever, but some of that stuff should be investigated, in my opinion. I mean, these people have been pushing all this crap and saying that we're the violent ones. We're the ones that are coming after them. They've been saying that stuff for like 8 years now. And they won't shut up. And they're constantly talking about how evil we are. And now, now Charlie Kirk is gone. It's their fault. I mean, Tyler Robinson more than likely is the guy behind it. He's probably the one who pulled the trigger. But he didn't just get this idea out of nowhere. This came from several months of reading online's garbage, this leftist garbage that you find on Discord and Twitter constantly. And so he got manipulated because apparently this guy was, according to some members of his family, he was right wing at some point, or at least he was being raised that way. But just because you're being raised that way doesn't mean you're going to be right wing or conservative like your parents. I mean, we all have family members who, don't agree with us, right? So it doesn't mean anything. I just don't like the fact that every single day when you get online, at some point or another, you run into someone, whether it be like in a video or a post that someone made, like a meme, there's someone making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. Every single day this happens. So I can't see any other reason for why this happened. I mean, they benefited largely. The left side of politics has benefited an insane amount from the fact that just because Charlie is gone. You know, I mean, look at the way they've been able to manipulate people. I mean, they've got people on YouTube every single day talking about these conspiracies and these exploding microphones and airplane, you know, flights going to Egypt and stuff like this. I mean, it's completely insane. And this comes from someone like I've been a conspiracy theorist since the Iran-Contra scandal. Okay, I have been in some. I have definitely believed in some conspiracy theories in my day, and this one it's garbage. All of the conspiracy theories about this have been garbage. I mean, and I have taken many of them seriously, or at least I did. The first couple of weeks, I suppose, after this happened, you know, I at least want to hear what's going on. I want to hear what the other theories are, but there is nothing in there that makes any sense at all. It's just a bunch of gematria and, you know, people trying to look at numbers and create words out of them. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, if you have looked at that Barron guy's videos, like I haven't seen the Candace Owens stuff. I've just seen it secondhand through, you know, other YouTubers talking about it or showing clips or whatever. But I actually saw that Barron guy the other day, or one of his videos anyway, and he doesn't say anything. He just you know, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. It's like, yeah, everyone does that, sure, but the questions he's asking are ridiculous, and I have no respect for that at all, and especially knowing the fact that that guy is literally funded by Democrats. He's being funded by Democrats just to get the right side of the political sphere arguing with each other. That's all it is. It's garbage. And as far as Candace Owens goes, I mean, this girl has been, I would think there's a good chance that she's been a leftist this entire time anyway. I know that's how she started out, because before she was known as Candace Owens, I believe she went by something like Red Pill Black, something like that. And it was supposedly she was coming out of her leftist days at that time. And she had this website set up so that you could, you know, when people did things or said things online that you don't like, you can dox them on this website. And I believe she still has that website up. It still exists. And even if she has been telling us the truth about her political leanings, she has flip-flopped more than anyone I've ever seen. So I don't understand how she continues to have viewers. Like, I don't know why people still believe in her. The best I can say is most of these people probably found out who she was during Trump's first term, and they hated her. And now that she's on their side, they love her. You know, that's how you keep the grift going. You just have to keep switching sides, I guess. But how many more sides are there for her to switch to? I mean, she's going to have to start switching back to the same side that she's been on in the past, right? I don't think that's going to work out for her, and I'm sure she's made a lot of money off of all this, but she better start investing it, because I don't know how she can continue this. I mean, I know people complain about Alex Jones, but at least Alex Jones has been sticking with the same story. You know what I mean? Like, he's Alex Jones. There has never been any changes. You know what I mean? But with her, it's totally different. And by the way, Alex Jones is the one that introduced her to the world, unfortunately. Let's get some volume back here.
Nomination of Mr. Hull by Mr. Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
I could complain about the leftists all day.
Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already described, What, if anything else, did you do on the 10th of September 2025?
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from
Perhaps
Utah
they
Valley
don't.
University,
Perhaps we don't, Hairball.
in an effort
but
to follow
the thing
that
is,
individual
they're doing
both
it.
forward and
It's not.
backwards
It's not a
from the
question
time
of
of the shooting.
maybe they're doing it. No, I saw the
So if I
receipts
understood
on
you correctly,
Friday.
to
These fucking people are
priority
doing
was to
this.
identify
They're
the
actually
shooter.
they
Yes.
created
And to
these,
that end, you
these
started
conspiracy
reviewing
theories.
even more
Okay?
UVU video than
Did
you've
the
already
right fall
described?
for it?
Correct,
A lot of
yes.
people on the right did. Yeah. But that's the left doing that, not the right.
What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals.
I'm not actually in an
And
echo
the
chamber,
focus was
Hairball.
having, people reviewing
I
video,
talk to
identified
leftists every
people
day, and to be
who
honest
could
with you,
fit
I'm not
the-
even a fucking
the original
Republican, so you
description
can
of the
take that
individual
shit out of
jumped
here.
off the roof.
At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself,
I'm barely even. I'm partially
maybe
conservative. I'm
10 or
not.
20 hours
Most
of
conservatives
video,
would not call me a
being
conservative.
called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals.
I'm just
But
calling
there
it
were
like I see
There
it,
was
honey.
a large team of people reviewing video.
Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along?
Oh yeah, I'm not
helped you
fighting
identify
anybody
who
over
that
a
shooter might be?
podcaster either.
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
I don't think they
Yes, we
needed
did.
that to
And
make
what
it a
was that
joke.
name?
There were
Kyle
leftists
Robinson.
online celebrating his death
what, if anything, did you
immediately.
do
In
with
fact,
that
there were
information?
leftists
The name
in the
Kyle
crowd
Robinson.
That information
celebrating
was given
immediately
to
after
our,
it happened
SIAC, or our
on
State
live
Information
stream.
and Analysis Group.
So I
And
don't
they
know
put
that I
together what
agree
we
with that,
call a
but
workup. So they
I
would
can
look
see
at
the point.
driver's
I
license
can
records,
understand the
DMV
point.
records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled.
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that that you remember?
It was silver in
Driving a
color.
Dodge Challenger.
I believe
I wasn't
there
aware
were-
of that.
There were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay. And who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson. and
Perhaps
his
none
mother.
of you celebrated, but
Do you recall whether or
at
not a
least
date of birth
people
was
around
included in
you,
that driver's
people
license
you know,
information
but there
that you
were
got
tons
initially?
of leftists
Yeah, I
celebrating
believe
Charlie's
the
death, and
actual
it
driver's license
happens.
record
It
was shared, so it
continues
would
to
have
happen
included a date of birth.
today.
All right.
Like there are still people laughing about it.
With
It's
Mr.
disgusting. You people
with
are
Tyler
disgusting.
Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were
Oh
looking
yeah,
for.
it's
and we
ridiculous.
had
You don't
an
have to like
actual,
Trump. I don't care what
image
you
of
think
the
about Trump, but
individual,
stop
then we were
stop
able to use that
wishing
video
death
footage
upon
to-
people.
to try and
Like
track
that's
that specific
you can make fun
individual.
of the right all day long,
And-
but the
and I'm
right
sorry,
doesn't
let me
do that.
clarify.
That's
so
the
when I
right.
said expand your search,
That's
I'm
why people like
referencing,
me are happy to
the
vote
UVU
right wing right
surveillance
now.
video.
And I'm not the only one.
Yes, we
There's
were
a
able to.
lot of
Okay.
people, Democrats,
And were you able to
who are saying
identify
right now,
in that expanded search?
you cannot vote Democrat
or
right now. You can't.
did you believe you located
They
that-
are
that
trying.
challenger?
There are
we did,
at
yes.
least 5 YouTubers that I
Were
can
you able
tell you
to
about
determine
who are pushing for packing the
at
court
what
right
time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward
Yes.
with
Damn
with
straight,
UVU surveillance
CTID.
video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using
Yeah,
the
there was that
UVU
one guy
footage
that
and additional information that
was
obtained,
flipping
yes.
out.
And
I
I
can't
believe you
remember
said
his
that in total, Mr. Robinson
Everyone
visited the
thought he was
UVU
part of
campus
it.
4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video, is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And, well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes,
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
yes,
UVU surveillance video?
yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an
You're saying that
idea of
the
how many
people-
hours
Mama
include
Moss, you're saying that the
Mr.
people,
Robinson or his
the
vehicle?
people who got fired
Just with
after
UVU
making
or
jokes,
Just with
they're
UVU,
making
I'm sorry.
money off of the lawsuits?
just with
Whether they're
UVU.
actually winning their lawsuits?
would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler
Or are they
Robinson.
just doing a
Correct.
gifts and go type of thing?
And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Is he in the courtroom today?
he is, yes.
Would you point him
I
out
think
and
it is
describe
wrong to
something
go
that
after
he's
people's
wearing?
jobs. to
Your Honor, we
begin with,
object
yes.
to
But
unduly suggestive in-court
that is when we're
identification
talking
for
about
constitutional grounds.
saying things that offend people, you know what I mean? When you say, like, this is offensive to make fun of Charlie Kirk's death, but I mean, this
You
is
wish to
this is
specify
a
an
crossing a line
unduly
between you and your
constitutional-
employer at that point. Where
I'm trying to
your
understand
employer
your
doesn't-
objection, so I want to make sure I fully
Doesn't
understand.
want
Your
to be
Honor, I think there's
associated
some,
with you after that, you
and
know what
I'll
I mean?
defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long
Saying
line of
something
case law
mean
that says,
online
and you
that
ask
doesn't
someone
really
to
cause any
identify
harm other than
the defendant
hurt
when they're the
feelings.
only
Not really
person,
worth getting fired over.
you know, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this
It's
time.
amazing that it's amazing how they can do that. That they can win cases like that when, I mean, there's just no chance in hell that, you know, say it was Alex Jones or something. We saw what happened to his defamation case, right? I mean, they
driver's license record, and he's also looked at
they
the DMV
called him he was considered liable before the jury trial even started. So if things are lopsided, they're lopsided against the left. I mean, against the right and for the leftists. If this kid loses this trial, it's because the evidence was stacked so heavily.
If that person is here in the courtroom today, and I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
Well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
I guess this wasn't something that he was allowed to talk about. Yeah, Alex Jones's fans definitely created huge problems for him. But I mean, I did do an edit of that trial. He was definitely treated unfairly. I mean, and at this point, they're wanting so much from him. It's just not like they at one point they wanted more than the GDP of India.
All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular
And they
question.
proved, or at least I
as
felt that they
previously
had proved in
posed
that trial
as
that
suggestive.
it was actually someone else who had said.
I find for the purposes of this hearing only,
pushed that
in-court identification
that theory,
by Agent Hull,
and
Mr.
he just
Robinson
had that
has
guy
been
on
made.
as a
Again,
guest.
this only
That was
relates to the
enough to
preliminary
take all
hearing.
his money and shut
You may
down
proceed.
info awards.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you
But
review
all the
that
more
video?
reason those people shouldn't be winning their
It was
trials.
provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time
I didn't
you've
think
seen
his
this
lawyer was all
particular
that bad.
video
I didn't think
footage?
he was bad. It depends on which
particular
trial you're
version of the
talking
footage,
about. The
yes.
one I did
So
was
this
in
particular
in
version the first
Texas.
time,
There
have
was
you
another one.
seen
I think
the
it was
video
in
that
New York or something. I think that was the lawyer who was so
that
bad.
comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1.
I could be wrong about
Yeah,
that. Though.
I
I
have
didn't
seen the
actually
original
watch the
videos,
full
if
New York
that's your
trial.
question,
If that's
yes.
where it was.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video.
Mama Moss, the one that I covered
was what I understood the original videos to show.
I think it
What,
was
if
the
anything,
first
else
one.
did you do?
I'm pretty sure it was the first one.
I reviewed it.
He
I know
did a
that
bunch
there
of
were
things during
some-
that trial that
some
was
zooms and some
uncouth.
changes to the footage.
Okay.
Like
Did
live
you meet with
streaming
Mr.
during
Olson
the
with regards
trial.
to this particular
He
video?
wasn't in the courtroom.
Yes,
He
this video
left
was also part of
and
that
went
original meeting with Mr.
on
Olson
his show.
for the prior exhibit.
And then they
yes.
played that
So at the
episode
same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson
in the trial
and
the next
discussed
day.
the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is.
It was very bad for his case.
So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the same time that you gathered that 12.3.
Let's
or
remember that Alex Jones was
written
dropped
statement
on his
that
head,
is
or
State's
he
Exhibit
had a bad head
12.3.
injury when he
You
was
talked
a
to him about
teen or
this
something.
specific exhibit as well.
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay. And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen
Correct.
that you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, the view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the
So
footage itself.
there's been heavy editing.
So
on,
other than
on
the
these
red
videos.
circles, the blur, and the zoom,
This might
does it
be a-
appear
a
to accurately
fight.
depict
They may
what
not be
you've
able to
seen
get
in the
some of
raw
these in.
video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back, yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
It would be hard to believe if they could get a compilation put in. Admitted to evidence.
Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit, what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office.
I think she's going to win this
This
one.
individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've
Yeah, we
added
can't
little
have that.
circles
They
to
can't-
people
they
they
can't
wanted you to
use
pay
that in
attention
court, I
to. They've
wouldn't
blurred
think.
people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 202, 4-202.02 subsection 5, J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because
It's almost been 4 hours. I'm going to go grab some water and I'll be right back.
this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He too has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his
What do you
words,
guys
it's
think?
the
Do you think
zooms
he's
and the
gonna
red
he's gonna
highlights.
let this
They weren't part of
be
the
admissible?
original recording, according to Mr. Olson.
I don't think
But
he
other than
is.
that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos.
Right.
But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102.
I'm pretty sure
because you
Tyler
don't have
Robinson was just picking his
a
nose.
person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations.
Right.
And so
Just
that's the
saying.
concern of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was done to manipulate the video. And I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have
You can't zoom
a
in the
version of
video
this
in
particular
post-production
video that has
and
not
then-
been
and
altered?
then show it in court.
We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand, and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video. They're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here
You've
today.
got to find the raw footage.
And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties? No, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph,
I think he got
that's
greedy.
not the original
I think
format, and I do
he's
not
he's
have
won every
the person
single
who made
decision.
the alteration.
Pretty much,
an
almost every
1102
single one of them.
To substantiate
he just
that.
got
And
greedy.
What I have is the
We'll
original
just smuggle
video,
this
and
in too.
Mr.
There's
Olson
no
saying,
way.
this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
If he
but
knows,
as it stands
if
today,
he has contact with
this
the
exhibit
person
states
who
exhibits
edited this video, that person
12.1
must have
is
the raw
not
footage,
admitted.
right?
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
I'm not even sure why they would try to do this. We went through this in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. The prosecution tried to do that with him. They tried to use handbrake and to lower the resolution of the video, and then zoom it in, and they made it look like he was facing the other direction. Like if you screw up all the pixels like that, you can make things appear in a way that they did not happen. At least not exactly. The pixels are just like, it has to fill in gaps and stuff. You just can't zoom in.
Agent Hull, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct, yes.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit, well, the 4th visit too was captured by UV surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video that
Well,
was...
I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from
I can't
a
understand why these
residence
lawyers
at,
didn't think
located
about
at
this.
680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the horseshoe area, yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos, and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this, what does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
He had rims.
So again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm going to have my assistant scroll through that slowly.
Very slowly.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
I know we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Yeah, I don't know
Mr.
how this
Sturgill.
is unconstitutional.
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102. of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It
I mean, am I
includes both the
mistaken? This
advisory
is
and the
this is
warning.
a ring
And,
camera
it was collected,
footage of
by
him just parking
Agent
his car,
Hall.
right?
It's also
proves he was
collected in
at-
compliance and being introduced as reliable
Proves
hearsay.
where he was at that time.
Which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hold, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April,
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed.
So all she really did there was, you know, make it painfully obvious that this is a very constitutional
All right, that concludes the
addition to the trial.
publication of
This is a very
State's
this exhibit is
13.
couldn't be more constitutional.
Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble, or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Miss Noble, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Ben Mark's plaintiff's or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
I mean, it doesn't even really seem like he was trying to hide his tracks that much.
Do you recognize what's
I mean,
depicted?
I assume he
Yeah,
just
this is the view looking.
he knows, just like everybody else knows, that there are cameras everywhere you go. So I don't
At
think he ever
12:38
expected to get away with this.
AM, I guess, or 038?
Yes.
Okay.
The
And,
cause was just too important, right?
What is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Same laundry list.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation, or if this is just one of the at least 6 videos they
Really?
took from
It's a Ring camera
the
video.
Nobles.
They're
So if we could
Ring
have that
camera videos.
clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't.
She's concerned. She's very concerned, but it's like the reason there's multiple videos is because it starts recording when it sees movement, right?
Understand if this is just a portion, or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I seek to admit it.
It's really not a good point.
Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Judge, again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay. All right, you may play the video.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
I must have missed something. So this was the night before?
Yes.
Wow, this guy barely blinks. This guy has resting bitch face like I've never seen.
Could we approach?
You may.
Here we go. And I'm afraid I'm just not sure when this, I mean, I know they said the time of night, but I didn't catch the day. I didn't catch where this was. I mean, is this before or after the shooting? I mean, as far as I can remember, I thought they apprehended him before, you know, the next evening. So this has to be the night before. Now, who knows? Maybe I'm just remembering incorrectly. I'm not sure. I think it was CTID who said earlier that, you know, after this preliminary trial, he could very well change his plea. And I'm starting to think that's pretty likely. And unfortunately, these preliminary hearings are always boring. And who knows if this actually, you know, if we do get a jury trial out of this, it might be boring too. But I'm definitely looking forward to witness testimony. I'd like to see some witness testimony. I don't know, you know, once this is over, I don't know how far out the actual trial would be. But it's someone mentioned earlier it's probably months away, and I would say that's probably true. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think I heard that Erica Kirk was here for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys to confer and come back at, roughly 4:30. So court is in recess.
We're going into recess again. They're arguing about something. And I know these guys are on Mountain Time, and they started at 9 Mountain Time. So I believe it's roughly 4:30 there, if I'm not mistaken. So I would guess this preliminary hearing is it's probably got an hour to, well, less than an hour to an hour left. I would say they're probably going to knock off around 5 or 6 Mountain Time. I could be wrong about that as well. So it looks like I've still got a few viewers out there, even though I've run out of things to say. We haven't had a comment in a while, so I don't know. I'm just assuming that they're going to make their decision and come back. Or have their little 15-minute sidebar anyway. Do we have anybody here who thinks Tyler Robinson is actually innocent? Is there a single person in the chat who thinks Tyler Robinson is somehow innocent? Explain yourself. Perhaps I can find something in the meantime. Give me 1 sec here. All right, let's see here. Oops. Damn. Okay, yeah. Let's take a look at this while we're waiting. I saw this video the other day, and I think this guy he's got a pretty good
So let's get after it. I'm James Merritt, Emergency Manager and Career Soldier, and this is Readiness Nation. So with Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing set for July 6th, we need to go over all of the publicly available evidence against him, as well as why all the alternative theories don't make sense tactically. But if you're new here, I'm a 21-year veteran of the U.S. Army. Having started out as an enlisted combat medic, I then commissioned as an infantry officer, and I'm currently a civil affairs officer. So I'm highly qualified to speak on the subjects of weapons, tactics, and traumatic injuries. So first, we're going to look at the timeline and events of the official narrative, looking at all the evidence that's publicly available, as well as identifying things that have been stated by law enforcement but haven't been shown publicly that the prosecution will need to present. But altogether, this will answer at least all of the good faith questions that people still had about the case, and demonstrate that based on the publicly available information, it is very plausible that Robinson did it. And if the prosecution has the goods that they claim, it's absolutely certain. Then we'll look at the alternative theories and discuss the various weapons and tactics that would need to be involved in those theories. And I'll explain in technical detail why that's not how suppressors, explosives, or precision marksmanship in an operational environment actually works. So getting on to the sequence of events, Robinson's residence at the time was approximately 240 miles from the UVU campus. This is roughly a 3.5-hour drive. This is important because it's an entirely drivable distance, but at the same time it's far enough away that no one would drive that far unless they had a significant reason to do so. But we know from the surveillance video that Robinson was on the UVU campus that day. And we also know that he wasn't in the crowd watching the event. So the defense, and anyone else defending Robinson, will need to explain why he was on the campus of a college that he didn't attend. But he arrives on campus at 8:29 that morning, and he's seen on surveillance cameras moving in and around the campus. It also shows that at some point he changed into a completely different set of clothing, which is another thing the defense will need to explain. But here's where he's cooked if the prosecution have what they claim. In the charging documents, it states the police have surveillance footage of Robinson hopping the fence from the publicly open walkway onto the roof of the Losi Center. How he gained access to the roof was one of the totally valid questions that people had in the immediate aftermath of the incident. This clip from the Brian Enton channel shows just how effortless accessing that roof actually was. Link to his full video in the description.
So this is my first time actually seeing the roof where Tyler Robinson, according to police, was able to get the shot off.
I believe they show the screwdriver.
Was all closed off, obviously, when I was here last. They've got this fence up now, but you can still get pretty close. And so it appears he went beyond this fence, which wasn't here. And then all you had to do was jump over this little railing here, and then walk out onto the roof. And then on the other edge of the roof is where you could see the courtyard. But I guess before I saw this, I thought like he had to go some sneak way to get up here. And there's just, you see this is just a big open walkway, like where students walk back and forth between the buildings. I presume he just came up here, walked to the edge here, and then again, this fence wasn't here, and you could literally just pop over that other railing, and then boom, you're out on the roof, walk a little bit, and you would have a clear view to the courtyard.
The surveillance footage referenced in the charging document hasn't been made available to the public yet. So this is certainly something the prosecution will need to present. And I suspect we'll likely see this at the preliminary hearing, as it puts Robinson directly at the location where the shot was fired. So it's an open campus during school hours, he's a college-age kid, and there's a walkway that takes him to within 50 feet of his shooting position. So right up until he hops that fence, there is no reason for anyone to pay attention to him. Another completely valid question after the incident was, how could Robinson have carried a Mauser Model 98 around the campus without being noticed? That's a solid stock bolt-action rifle, not an AR that you just pull 2 takedown pins and it breaks in half. So both a plausible and very likely correct explanation for how the rifle could have been broken down and concealed comes from the Matt Kester channel. As Matt shows, this explanation conforms with both the printing of bulges under Robinson's clothes and his unnatural movements. Links to the full video in the description.
We do know that based on the mugshot, he was about 72 inches tall, and that's what this individual right here is. And essentially, the change was carrying the stock in the front. You can see down here that his jeans are a little bit baggier, but if you pull them back, you remember that image of the gigantic cell phone sitting right here in the thigh? That's your stock. That explains why the leg motion cannot come forward, because it's completely locked in. And if you see, I'll put the video or the image up on the screen and the photo, you can start to see an outline of the stock, okay? This has solved the riddle that has been bugging me the whole time about the bulk of the stock. Essentially, I believe now with 90-something% certainty that the stock was carried this way and the barrel was carried on the side. Now, whether or not the scope came off or not, that's an item for debate, and we can talk about the ramifications of that later. But I think with certainty, or fair, not, you can't be certain about anything, but I think as close as we can be to certain, this is how this was carried. And I'm gonna let this guy demonstrate. We're also gonna go out in the stairwell, shoot a little video of him walking in the stairs so you can see that it was possible to climb the stairs like this. So go ahead. That's why I think he hooked underneath his armpit. Kept his arm straight down, because if you see when he walks, he doesn't have his hands in pockets, they're out. Keep your hands out. All right, now walk towards me, or walk that way.
So the natural follow-up question is, if Robinson disassembled a rifle like that, how long would it take him to reassemble it to take the shot? Matt gives us the answer to that in another one of his videos, where he shows you can reassemble and load a Model 98 in under a minute with just a screwdriver. Again, link in the description.
We're back on the roof. We've gotten to our sniper hidey hole, and we now have all of the things here in front of me that are in existence in the official narrative. We have the rifle itself and all its...
We're still waiting on the trial. I've got the trial right next to me, and they're still on break.
Components: stock, bolt, magazine well, follower, trigger guard assembly, rifle barrel and Mauser receiver, the screwdriver, 4 rounds of ammunition, backpack, and a towel. I pulled this out. I couldn't bend down in this position with these pieces in my person, so they had to have come out. I sat down. He produced the towel. We have everything here. Okay. I'm going to assemble this Mauser into, back into position to be ready to fire. And I'm going to show how quickly and easy this is done, because a lot of you didn't see the first video. So here goes. Rifle is back to the buttstock. Bolt going in. Okay, I have a completed rifle. Now I'm going to load it. This rifle was set up for when my dad was hunting. It's only able to carry 3 rounds in. Those were the laws where my dad hunted, when my dad hunted. So for our purposes, we're only going to put 3 in. His may have been different. That's okay. But we have 4 shot rounds in existence. I'm now ready to fire. This gun is loaded and it is hot. If I pull the trigger, it's going to go off.
This also explains the screwdriver recovered at the scene. There were some folks who were incredulous about the fact that he left a screwdriver behind, because they both didn't know what it would have been for and thought that it was an inordinately dumb thing to have done. Matt's video clearly shows what it was used for. And I can tell you that it is very common for young soldiers to leave magazines or tools for emergency corrections behind when moving from one fighting position to another. So it's not at all surprising that an untrained civilian whose adrenaline is going crazy, who's rushing to take the shot, just sets the screwdriver to the side to take the shot, and then forgets about it afterwards when he's focused on escaping. Which brings us to one of the biggest questions people had after the coroner said there was no exit wound. People naturally asked how a...
So, I mean, this is obviously why they're trying to get that picture of the screwdriver and all that stuff into court, because I mean, I think this is the way they're going. I think they're gonna try to prove that he had the gun disassembled and that he put it back together before he took his shot.
Single vertebrae could stop a .30-06 round, which, if you're not familiar, is a fairly powerful large game hunting round. This is an absolutely valid question to have. And I even said at the time that I'd need to see the full coroner's report before I could comment on this one. Because it is super weird. And whereas the full report has not been made public, Kirk's head of security talked about what the surgeons who worked on Kirk told him on the Sean Ryan show.
We're talking about the tearing up of the crime scene and everybody's wanting them to find the bullet. I mean, if the bullet hit any bone at all, there is no bullet. It's just fragmentation.
Great point.
And
that was discussed already.
And if there was no exit wound in the autopsy, though, there should be. I mean, if there was no exit wound, then there should be fragmentation of the bullet would have fragmented into who knows how many pieces.
The doctor, and again, this is not a non-disclosure violation, but the doctor came out there and told us, and then they also told the chief of staff. So the bullet came in and hit the vertebra. So it came in and then tore up everything in the wound cavity, hit the vertebra, crushed it, shattered it, turned, crushed the second one, turned, kept going down all the way. I think they said C6.
Now, I'm not going to show Kirk's actual wounds out of respect for the dead, but if you want to look for yourself at what I'm talking about, feel free. But it looks to me like the entrance wound was at vertebrae C4. This would be consistent with the statement that the initial vertebrae shattered, turned the bullet, then punched through a second vertebrae, then fragmented into vertebrae C6. So to everyone who said one vertebrae couldn't stop a 30-06, you are absolutely correct. One vertebrae didn't stop a 30-06 round. 3 vertebrae, the long way, caused a 30-06 round to fragment into the surrounding soft tissue, which is completely plausible, and also addresses the question about the bullet not being able to be matched to Robinson's gun. There was some confusion, honest or otherwise, when Robinson's defense team referenced the ATF ballistics report in one of their motions that asserts that the bullet fragments can't be matched to Robinson's weapon. This finding was misreported in 2 ways. First, some people were trying to claim that the bullet found in Kirk was not the same kind of bullet that Robinson's rifle fires. This is specifically disproven by the report itself that clearly states that the fragments found in Kirk are consistent with a .30 caliber bullet, which is the bullet fired from a 30-06 cartridge. What the report said is that because the bullet fragmented, the bullet could not be definitively matched to the rifle. Many more reputable people did point this out soon after the false claim was circulated. But what even these more reputable sources failed to point out is that the casing recovered from the fired 30-06 round was definitively matched to Robinson's rifle, and that the Dremel markings on that casing were matched to the other recovered rounds. So this report does in fact present proof that Robinson's rifle was fired at the scene that day, and that Robinson's rifle is in fact consistent with the weapon that killed Kirk. So presenting this primary forensic evidence is something I would expect to see at the hearing. The final event to discuss is Robinson's dismount from the roof and where the rifle is then. It's very likely that the rifle can't be seen on the security cameras the whole time because this is low-resolution video taken from a significant distance. In technical video terms, the camera was between 50 and 100 meters from Robinson, and at that distance, a bolt-action rifle would only be 1 to 3 pixels across. To be able to identify an object in a video, it needs to be a minimum of 8 to 12 pixels across. So the rifle was less than half the width needed to show up clearly on the video. But if you look closely, you can make out what appears to be the towel wrapped around the rifle, flapping as Robinson moves in some frames. It then seems to disappear again, demonstrating my point.
I mean, we have this kid jumping off the roof. We have him on security camera with what looks to be a rifle in his pants. And still we're going to try to go with these crazy theories. I believe the trial is coming back.
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hole. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor?
Oh, they're getting ready to shut it down for the day anyway.
Well, sure.
You may proceed with your questions, and we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hole, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched, and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UV surveillance, and that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records. whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
My feed
Okay.
was
Would you
buffering.
do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
All right. I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
does the defense want to be heard?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a gray suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
I have no objection. I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need.
I really don't understand why he didn't start with those. If he knows where they are and he has access to them, why didn't he bring the raw videos?
Well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hull, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, Judge, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hull, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance. And you can compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull's release that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. Being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this, but he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
It's not a problem, Judge.
All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
For now, Your Honor.
For today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Well, I think I think the defense definitely had a bad day, but she had a couple of wins. She made a few decent points. I don't know. I don't know how this trial is going to go. Like I said earlier, someone in the chat, I believe it was CTID, had said that she thought what would happen is he's going to change his plea when this preliminary hearing is over, and I think that's a strong possibility. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll just stick with not guilty, and this will end up being a huge disaster for him. But I don't know. I don't think he's going to be found not guilty. I definitely don't. I mean, there's just from the small amount of evidence that we've seen before the preliminary hearing I think is enough to say that this guy most likely did it. After we see the trial, I bet there's a lot more information about him, a lot more footage and evidence to nail the last coffin or the last nail in this guy's coffin. I definitely don't think this is going to go well for him. But for those of you who showed up for this stream, I really appreciate it, because I haven't done anything with this channel in a very long time. And I don't know, this was kind of fun. I have never streamed before. I just didn't have the hardware to make it happen. But now I do. So hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see you guys again. Thanks for watching.